Well, good afternoon to Hobbs Lane. You're watching Barrow Gurney television and you're about to enjoy, at least I hope you're about to enjoy, the Division 4 game between Barrow Gurney First 11 and Unistar First 11. In contrast to last week when it was blowing a gale and everyone was freezing to death, it's a wonderfully bright and sunny afternoon, and it's quite warm out there in the middle. It's just a zephyr of breeze blowing across the ground, but nothing really too much to speak of. The news is that Barrow Gurney won the toss and have elected to bowl first, which I think is a factor of the pitch is a little damp because there was some unexpected heavy rain during a game that was taking place last night, and today's wicket got slightly damp, so I think that's the thinking behind Connor Jones deciding to bowl first. Unistar have sent out Ed Morgan, who'll be taking first ball. And at the other end is Aaron James. As is traditional, Mark Fisher will open the bowling from the Rod's viewpoint end. And he's getting ready now. This is a clash, as I say, in Division 4 of the B&D League between Barrow Gurney in 4th place and Unistar who are in 6th place. So it's an important game, really, for both teams as leading into the sort of second half of the season. And Barrow, certainly, if they could get a win today, would be eyeing up a potential promotion place with some of their big rivals to play still in the second half. So we hope you enjoy this broadcast. I'm accompanied in the commentary box by my producer Josh Hall, as ever, and dog Juno, and a guest scorer, Richard Thomas, is with me for Unistar, who's come here for the weekend to watch his son play. So we wish him well, and no doubt we'll be seeing him at the crease later on. So Mark Fisher then, about to get going. Here we go. Oh, and that's gone straight up in the air. And it's taken. First ball. And that's Guy Fisher. Twin brother Guy under that first ball. And poor old Ed Morgan. I wanted to go on and talk about Ed and say how nice it was that he played in our 150th anniversary game here for the Bristol and District League. Sadly, he didn't have a good day that day either when he slipped in mid-wicket and was run out without scoring. And his bad fortune here at Hobbs Lane seems to continue.
I'm still nervous. Very good, Barrow. Do what I did, so push ball one. Yeah, what you reckon you actually wider in the hand straight? Yeah, like opposition straight. Try and force it to go.
Well, what a start for Barrow Gurney. What a start. And there'll be a cock-a-hoop. One ball, one wicket. And the number 3 batsman, Adi Manjunath, is coming to the crease. He's left-handed, so there'll be a slight change in the field. That wicket happened so fast I didn't even have a chance to tell you what the field was. But for the left-hander, we're going to have a slip, a gully, a third man, a point, a wide-ish mid-off, a straightish mid-on, short mid-wicket, a more orthodox mid-wicket or forward square leg. Actually, third man's tying his shoelaces at the moment. He's not remotely ready, but anyway, here comes Mark Fisher. Oh, through him. And that's Ed Holdaway down at third man. Actually, I think he's stretching. I thought he was doing his shoelaces, but he's preparing his hamstrings. think he's going to probably open the bowling. He usually does. Being the oldest, one of the older men of the team at 31, 32, he has to stretch out. Yeah, he's definitely he's lying down there, isn't he, Richard? At the minute, and he's lost his cap, but he's just about ready for the next ball. Oh, and that's taken an inside edge. That'll run away for 4. Oh, that's a big shout. A big shout. Umpire unmoved. And they're going to steal a leg by there. Well, everybody was more intent on petitioning the umpire. I don't know. There's no signal there, is there? There we are. There's a late signal. Yes, and there's the traditional hopping on one leg. That was obviously a closest shout because the fielders were quite animated there. So much so they totally ignored the fact that the ball might run away for a single. So for the, I was going to say new batsman. He isn't the new batsman. He's been there all the time. He just hasn't faced a ball yet. Aaron James. We've got a silly mid-off like we used to have in the school days when we used to have a silly mid-off and a silly mid-on. Might be a good position on a slightly dampish pitch. Well, safely negotiated. And the end of the first over, a successful one for Mark Fisher. 5 for 1 off the first over. The Buckham Village end, it's Ed Holdaway, a familiar figure, son of course of groundsman Pete. While he's getting ready to bowl, I'll give you his field to the left-hander, slip, gully, sort of forward point, or not quite orthodox cover, short extra, wideish mid-off, now coming a bit straighter. That's the skipper Connor Jones. No, I think he's only just having a chat with the bowler rather than coming straighter. Jason Cryans at mid-on. Sam Mitchell at that silly mid-wicket position. There's an orthodox mid-wicket and a man and the short fine boundary, I think.
Lucky, yeah, don't mind it.
So our usual scorer, Debbie Forge, is sat at home with her feet up watching the women's final at Wimbledon, I would imagine. Having recovered from her visit there last Saturday to watch the play on number 1 court. And spent half the time dealing with a medical emergency by all accounts. So this is a very special year, of course, for Barrow Gurney. 150th anniversary year. Already had several celebrations, but one or two big ones still to come. Ooh, that got a bit of bounce there. Gloved him. So we've got the game against MCC on Bank Holiday Monday at the end of August. That promises to be a really good day. We hope that many of our former players and friends and villagers will come and join us for that. Bank Holiday Monday starting at 11. A rare timed game these days. Throwback to how cricket used to be played, when you actually had to bat, then declare if you weren't bowled out, and then bowl the other side out if you wanted to win. We've got a pizza van coming all day to provide food for players and at a small fee for spectators. Oh, that's flipped away down to long leg. That's going to go down the hill. Mark Fisher's round quickly. Did well to stop that. Just a single. And that's the end of the over. 6 for 1 at the end of that. So we'll be inviting our sponsors, CI Connect, for the MCC game. Very much look forward to meeting them. They're new to the club this season, and we very much welcome their sponsors. Sponsorship, as we do Buckham, who sponsor the Buckham Village end, and Lily's Cider, who sponsor the player of the match, which, as I said a couple of weeks ago, has largely been cornered by Mark Fisher, who's won it nearly every time, which, bearing in mind he doesn't drink, is probably the most inappropriate person to win the Lily's Cider man of the match, but I'm sure he's found somebody to help him. So Mark was on the honours board again last week, 4 for 16, which, given the figures he's had this season, represents a fairly average day, I suppose. He's been getting 5 for fun this year. Well, that's nicely played. Frank Forge is chasing that, but he's not going to get there. Run away for 4, nicely timed. So if you are listening to me today, and I know there's a few of our former players that do tune in every now and then to find out what's going on here at Hobbs Lane, you can get involved. You can always text me with your comments. You can email me. That's barrowgurneycricket@gmail.com. Or you can send me a tweet or an X. Doesn't sound right still, does it, an X? But a tweet at Cricket Cleric is the handle. And Nick Fisher, are you listening today? You're usually a regular correspondent to the commentary box when your lads are playing. And did you see Mark's first wicket? Let me know. So whilst this game here at Hobbs Lane continues, we'll be keeping an eye on progress in the other Division 4 games. Oh, that's a nice shot. Again, that's got down the hill. Kieran Owen there, but he's not going to catch it. 4 runs. End of the over, 14 for 1. 13 of those to Manjanath, the left-hander, who's already played a nice array of shots on both leg and offside. So as I say, we'll keep you in touch with other games. An early wicket's fallen at Bristol Sri Lankans, who are batting against the league leaders, Old Bees. They're 1-for-1. Bedminster are away at that lovely ground at Chilcompton, not one of my favourites, I'm afraid. A 9 for no wicket. Long Ashton are at home to the Bristol Lions, who've also lost an early wicket, 4-for-1, batting first there. And Winterbourne, who are really struggling in this division, in fact propping it up, and are likely to do so for the rest of the season, 9-for-1 off 3. So Ed Holdaway continuing from the Buckham Village end. Oh, that's taken the edge, but it was wide of Mark Brown at slip. Oh, Fisher saves 4 there. Trickle term there at third man. Well, an optimistic shout. I mean, must have flicked something, but I think probably pad. But Ben Hodges, not one to be a shrinking wallflower when it comes to appealing. So news of the Barrow Gurney team today. 1 or 2 changes from the regular first 11. Josh Yelland is away. So Kieran Owen is in the team today. Although he has been a fair regular this season, deputising for somebody or another. But otherwise, it's a fairly full-strength Barrow Gurney team. Connor Jones, Ben Hodges, Mark Brown, Jason Cryans, the Fisher twins. Off-spinner Frank Forge, off-spinner Nick Heel. Oh! Did that carry to Mark Brown? He got a hand to it. Very, very difficult chance. Very difficult chance. He didn't catch it. So if that was an edge, it was one of those 50-50 ones. So Ed Holdaway, of course, who was bowling from the Buckham Village, and Sam Mitchell and Kieran Owen make up the 11. So in terms of a bowling attack, we've got the opening bowlers here, Mark and Ed. Possible first change seamers, Kieran Owen and captain Connor Jones. And then the 3 spinners, the very different off spin of Frank Forge and Nick Heel, and the leg spin of Guy Fisher. So a very varied attack for the captain to choose from here today. Well, change the field. We've now got 2 slips and a gully for Mark Fisher. So Mark Brown with the floppy hat at first slip. And Connor Jones, the captain, in at second slip. And James seems just happy to keep him out at the moment. Nice straight bat though. Nice straight bat.
Keep working it, Mark. Keep working it.
So, Richard, were you watching any of the Test match this week? Live, yeah.
I didn't manage to watch much of it as I've been working, unfortunately. I was half an eye.
Keeping an eye. Yeah, well, that's the wonderful thing about Test cricket. I think that even if you can't go or can't sit and watch every ball, people want to. I know it didn't last 5 days, but as it does progress, you keep in touch with it and you like to know the score and what's happening. I saw the first hour or so when Jimmy Anderson was obviously bowling with his foot, and I saw quite a bit of the England innings. There's going to be a quick single. Oh, well backed up there, well backed up. So James on to 2. But I'm a little worried for the future of Test cricket if the West Indies continue to play so poorly. But it was quite unusual when I looked at their team and I didn't recognise half the names in it. That hasn't happened for a few years, but still they were capable of beating Australia in Australia one game. So let's hope it's a bit more competitive later on. So that's the end of the 5th over, 16 for 1. James on 2 and Manjunath on 13. Holdaway getting some good carry through to the keeper. That's edged and that's caught. First slip. Smart catch, but Mark Brown made no mistake. Nicely pouched, about chest high. And James goes for a couple. And it's 16 for 2 here. So Tim Wong is going to be the new batsman. And well, somebody will be very pleased to see that wicket is Barrow legend Gordon Ladd, who's joining us for the afternoon. And still got his golfing shorts on there and a sun hat and smoking his characteristic. Is it a cigar or a pipe he's got on? Anyway, he's enjoying himself. He's currently stood under the sight screen at the Rod's viewpoint end, so he's probably got a good view of that. Gordon Ladd, of course, was largely instrumental in the building of our pavilion, and former chairman, former groundsman, former Mr. Barrow Gurney, and it's always nice to see him up here, as it is to see many of our past players, and we've seen a lot of them this year with it being our anniversary year. So when with the Gordy's been playing golf, he usually does on a weekend, whether he's taking a rest. Maybe he had an early morning round and he's come up here to watch proceedings this afternoon. The thing with Ed Holdaway and Mark Fisher, the opening attacker, they don't give you too much. They're at you the whole time. They don't give you the comfort of bowling sort of 2 wide-ish deliveries and over. It's they build the pressure. So a wicket maiden there for Ed Holdaway, 16 for 2 off 6. My new friend Richard has been admiring the view. We're sat in the commentary box, we're facing straight towards Clifton Suspension Bridge, which is been in the news this week for rather unfortunate goings on, but normally we just think of it for its views. And we can see over Long Ashton, and then to our right we've got Dundry Hill, and geez, the sun is shining on Dundry Hill, and yeah, it's a really beautiful setting to play cricket and watch cricket, and indeed commentate on cricket, which is why we do it, I suppose. So, enough of that. Adi Manjunath on strike. This is Fisher's 4th over. Well, that's a full toss. Oh, extra cover got a hand to that, and probably saved 4. And they come back for 2. Whilst Mark Fisher's coming to the end of this over, a shout out to Richard's home club, Fareham and Crofton, who play in the South Hampshire area. Sounds as if they've got a nice ground as well. Maybe not as nice as this. I get the view. So it's on their ground is on Fareham Creek, Richard tells me, and they lose lots of balls in the water. Well, we lose lots of balls in hedges here. Things that clear the hedge we usually find. Things that go in the hedge, or worse still, what really annoys me is the balls that run to the boundary board and they just flip over the boundary board, can result in 10 minutes of people sort of, on all fours trying to find the ball. It takes forever. Anyway, so far no one's lost a ball. I know that's probably tempting fate. And Ed Holdaway is going to continue with his 4th over. So 18 for 2 off 7. Oh, that's an easy half volley on leg stump. We all like it there, but he's dealt with it nicely. He's not going to go for 4. Oh, Frank Forge did well. He had to flick that back because he was just about to cross the rope. And that was 2 to Tim Wong to open his account. Frank Forge did well there because that ball was running towards the boundary, and it's just, for those who know the Hobbs Lane ground, it's just where the boundary cuts in to cut off the net area, and he just had to flick it back. Bit of bounce there from Ed Holdaway. have to be quick. There's a chance here. Oh. Throw was just a little high there. Otherwise, it might have been interesting. I can see that Ed Holdaway's mother's just arrived at the ground, so she might like him to take a wicket now. And indeed his grandmother's here as well, with grandmother's dog. So we're a bit short of dogs today. Normally we have half a dozen or so up here. We've just got Juno in the commentary box with us. Might have been one there if they'd set off straight away, but Kieran Owen comes round. So Barrow Gurney seconds, well, they're playing Tamil Nadu away. Now, that doesn't mean they've actually travelled to India to play. I'm sure they'd like to have done that, but Tamil Nadu play up on Fayland at the old Bristolians ground, so they're playing up there, but I don't think that game's being live scored, so I have no information as to what's going on there. .21 for 2 here, off 8. For the first time this season, there's been some difficulty getting two teams out. We have a full second 11 thanks to one of our occasional players stepping up to play, so we wish Rob Moyes well in that game. Only 6 weeks ago we put out 3 sides on a Saturday, but, 3 full 11s, but it's not been so easy this week. No, holidays are beginning to eat in. Mark Fisher then, continuing. Oh, bowled him, all ends up. My word, and the batsman, Wong, he looks utterly stunned by that. I reckon that swung away. He does bowl out swing, and I reckon that one probably might have pitched middle and off, and, well, anyway, that's the end of his afternoon with the Willow. Well, 21 for 3. 21 for 3. Well, it's a good start by Barrow Gurney. So Jane Holdaway has arrived, and she has seen a wicket, but it was not her son. It was the chap at the other end. But Mark Fisher's been playing cricket here since he was about 8, I think. So it's and all that hard work over the years has come into fruition as he's taken well over 30 wickets this season. Well, we've only played 10 games. I mean, a few of those are in midweek 2020 games, but the bulk of them are in Saturday League cricket. Right, the new batsman Robert Garwood, and well, I don't think we're going to have any difficulty identifying Mr. Garwood. He's blessed with a fine head of hair, it would appear, and which he's trying to contain with a Unistar cap, and not exactly succeeding. both umpires have got their arms crossed. I don't know whether that's a judgment on the early batting. That looks as if that swung as well. There was a late adjustment from Garwood there did well to keep that out. Looks like he played for some late swing. It's not really swinging conditions. There are a few clouds about, to be fair, some mainly light and wispy clouds. There's a bit of a darker cloud coming across the ground now, but I don't think it's got too much in it, if anything. Oh, that struck him on the power, but it looked as if it going down the leg side. So that's the over bowled. 9 gone now. And 21 for 3. And Mark Fisher's got 2 for 15 off his 5 overs. Difficult question Connor Jones has got with regards to Mark Fisher, and it's not really a difficult, but it's always an interesting one. How long does he bowl him for? Because sometimes in the past he would bowl his full 8 overs straight off and be very accurate. Doesn't always come back well for a couple of overs later in the game, although you never know. So it's that's an interesting one. It must be tempting if Barrow must feel that if they can get through these 2, that well, they're in with a very strong chance. But we'll see. We'll see. Ed Holdaway for the moment is continuing from the Buckham Village end. Bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Interesting mix of headgear that the team are wearing. Connor Jones, the captain, as you'd expect, is wearing the traditional Barrow Gurney cap, as are a few others. Several players in floppies today. Meanwhile, Nick Heel, the midweek captain, steadfastly refuses to wear a Barrow cap and is wearing that awful green thing, which I don't know whether it's one of his hockey caps or something. I don't know what it is, but anyway, at least you can always identify him with it. And nobody's wearing those awful bucket hats that have been selling so well at the club this year and been quite popular. So we have no flower pot men playing today. Oh, yes, no. Vicar of Dibley calling there. And anyway, no change, no run, dot ball. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Flashing blade for 4. Holdaway gave him a bit of width there, and Manjanath enjoyed that. Made a nice sound off the bat. Frank Forge at point didn't really have much of a chance, and ran to the boundary. So that's 10 gone, 25 for 3. So Fisher's into his 6th over here. 2 for 15 from the Rod's viewpoint end. And as the time moves on in the season and we're beginning to look ahead to our cricket tour of down to Exmouth, where we'll be playing 4 games of cricket against local teams around there. We very much remember dear old Rod Reeves, who organised the tour for so many years, and after whom this end is now named the Rod's Viewpoint end. The end where he used to come and distract the scorers with his views on all things political, cricket, you name it. Yeah, he had a view on everything. And we miss him dearly, and we'll be thinking a lot of him, especially when we down in Exmouth on the tour, and we hope that that's something that will continue for many years to come, that we will he'll live long in the memory. That's a good ball from Mark Fisher. Well, that's got through square leg. Kieran Owen would be a little bit disappointed he didn't get more on that, but it's run away for 4. So 11 gone, 29 for 3. That gets the hirsute Garwood off the mark. Mark Fisher getting a well-deserved drink here. Nice to see Johnny Sykes up here this afternoon. Johnny's been injured, a regular first-team player, of course, suffering with his shoulder in recent weeks, so he's been having a few weeks off. And it's good to see him come up to support. Johnny, another Barrow Gurney man who's been playing here since before he was in double figures in age. And he used to be little Johnny Sykes. Now he's about 6'12". Holdaway continuing. And getting a little bit of awkward bounce from that Buckham Village end. The odd one is just popping up. The Bristol Sri Lankans have recovered a little. They're 30 for 1 off 10. That'll be at the Fry's ground in Keynsham against Old Bees 2. Bedminster are 38 for 1 off 12 at Chilcompton. Bristol Lions, well, they're really struggling. 24 for 3 off 8 at Long Ashton. That's a game that Barrow would probably be hoping the Lions would play a little better in. Barrow beat them last week, of course. No run there. Down to Connor Jones at mid-on. Well, poor old Winterbourne, bottom of the table, 26 for 4 off 10. So they're playing the second bottom team, Blagdon. So yeah, they're not going to get too many points there, I don't think. That's a lovely shot. Oh, classic left-hander's cover drive, and that was beautiful. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. He flashed at that, but the edge not found. Wonder when it'll be time for spin. Lots and lots of options for Connor Jones today. Both the spin and the seam department. Over bowled, 12 gone, 33 for 3. So the run rate so far is 2.75 and over. And my computer tells me if they continue scoring at this rate at the end of the innings, they'll have scored 110. Well, I think we can guarantee it'll be a little bit more than that. Right, looks like there's going to be a change, and there is. Somebody I ought to recognise at this end. Coming on to bowl his off spin, Frank Forge. So Frank Forge immediately knocked into the covers for a single with a well-placed field. He's got a deep extra cover. So let's have a look at this field for Frank Forge. He's got an orthodox mid-off, mid-on. Oh, I tell a lie. They're going for the left-hander. They're going. Oh no, they're moving the screens. They're moving the screens. So they're not going to be stationed there. So reset. We'll have a wait and see where they return to, and then I'll give you the feel for the left-hander. On the leg side, he's got a man on the 45, as you'd expect. Deep backward square, that's Ed Holdaway. A mid-wicket, that's Nick Heel. And an orthodox mid-on, that's Jason Cryans. Connor Jones at mid-off. He's got Mark Brown down at deep extra. It's going to be the first wide, I think, of the innings. Got a point and a short third man. That was floated up. Oh, that's another wide, I'm afraid. So Frank bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. It's better. And I think it would be fair to say that Frank is a sort of a Bish and Beddy type spinner. He likes to give the ball air and float it and use flight and guile. And the other off spin in the team, Nick Heel, is more of a Derek Underwood, push the ball through and hope for some quick turn and beat them off the pitch. It's going to be a single here to Manjanuth. A little uppish into the covers, but no. So that's the end of the over. 37 for 3. Frank Forge's first over went for 4. Right, it's going to be a double change. Far end, we're going to have to see some more spin, but it's going to be leg spin from Guy Fisher. He's going to bowl in his trademark sunnies. You've got a real treat in store, Richard, when Guy comes into bat. He's got a luminous helmet. Okay. So he sticks out. You'll certainly not mistake him for any other Barrow player. So, but at the moment, he's just going to bowl in his, as I say, in his trademark sunnies. So he's just moving his twin brother from short third to on the 45. Right, let's see how leg spin fares on this pitch. He's got on the leg side, obviously he's be turning the ball predominantly into Manjanuth. He's got a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket. And that's going. Connor Jones, very quick there, very quick to stop it. They have a lengthy discussion about whether there was one there. And the answer was there probably was, but the length of discussion meant that it wasn't. Oh, that's a wide. So he went through the entire spell of quick bowling, 12 overs without any wides. We have now both spinners have now bowled wides. So as one of those two players on the deep leg side boundary, orthodox mid-off's quite deep, but not on the boundary. He's going to come into play here, possibly. No, Connor Jones. He's like a whippet in the field. He's here, there, and everywhere, and he's run round from cover to extra cover to field that. And now he's going to retire to square leg for the right-handed Garwood. He's also got still got a deep mid wicket for the sort of orthodox cow for the right-hander. Just a man at deep cover, sort of deep extra cover really, near the access way. Oh my goodness, that really bounced. That bounced more than anything we saw from Ed Holdaway, I think, at that end. Well, the first over of leg spin ends with a surprise delivery there. So 39 for 3. Guy's first over went for 2. Just casting a roomy eye over the clouds coming over the ground. They're still mainly light and fluffy, but a bit more dense than they once were. Oh, that nearly induced a caught and bowl chance. Beat him in the flight there. Bit of a leading edge. And there's one particularly dark cloud which is just skirting the Long Ashton side of the ground at the moment. The umpires was thinking of signalling wide there. You could see he was turning his body and getting ready to unfurl his arms, and then thought better of it, as it wasn't really that wide. It was just slightly down the leg side. Just a single there. Jason Crines and Mark Fisher cleaning up. Well, I've got a nice message from Toby Connock, first team player. I don't know what Toby's doing today. Well, I know what he's doing now. He's watching the cricket from Hobbs Lane on his television. He sent me a picture of his television in his front room. There he is, and he says that this is much better than the Test match, Mark. Who needs Anderson when you've got Mark Fisher? Well, indeed. So it's 40 for 3 here then off 15. So Toby, if you're sat at home watching the cricket from Hobbs Lane on your rather nice looking television in your front room, why are you not playing this weekend? So I'm sure there's a good reason, but it's good to hear from you. Nice to know that you're watching. And yeah, I think Mark Fisher's certainly Barrow's answer to Jimmy Anderson. That's a single to Manjanuth. So if he's Barrow's answer to Jimmy Anderson, who's our answer to Stuart Broad or well, presumably Ed Holdaway would be, wouldn't he? Not sure whether we could compare Frank Forge to England's new wonder off spinner. I don't think was required to bowl a ball in the entire Test match, was he? Ah, Toby, thank you. Yes, oh, I can see why you're putting your feet up this afternoon. That's going to go for 4. That's gone all the way down to the boundary for 4, and the Garwood will be pleased with that little back cut, thickish edge, down for 4. Yeah, so Toby, you're running a 10k race tomorrow. Well, good on you. Good on you. I hope training's gone well for that. And what better preparation can there be than to get a little bit of light refreshment and watch the cricket from Hobbs Lane and listen to me drone on and on and on and on and on and on. So we miss you, Toby. Get back to us soon, and we miss your express bowling and classical batting. 45 for 3 off 16. And Manjanuth, the left-hander, back on strike. Frank Forge ready to come in once more. Tempting flight. That was well fielded down on the boundary by Guy Fisher, I think. Just a single. So, Richard, have you ever been into this running lark? I'm not.
I've done the Great South Run 5 times, which
Oh
is
my goodness!
10K as well.
Well, yeah, good man, good man. The Great South Run. So this is obviously I've heard of the Great North Run. There's another single there, by the way, to Garwood. I've heard of the Great North Run. So where does the Great South Run take us?
Basically, it's all around Portsmouth, around the dockyard, along the seafront.
Oh, that sounds quite nice. Portsmouth, the dockyard. That's a flowing left-handers extra cover driver. Mark Brown's out there on the boundary, just a single. He likes that shot, Garwood, but there's a man out there specifically for that's just it's Mark Fisher again, just a single. Well, Toby, we wish you really, really good luck with that run tomorrow. I don't know, are you just running it for fun or are you running it for charity? We would have sponsored you if I'd known. But, well, you can always tap me up for a couple of quid if you are doing it for a charity. Another single there. 5 off the over, and the 50 up. The 50 comes up off the last ball of the 17th over in 58 minutes. So Garwood now on strike after that single. Guy Fisher. Oh, tried to make room to pull that. It didn't get all of it by any means. It runs down to Mark Fisher following that at short find. Oh, it's a leg by. Didn't get any of it then. So we've just been reliably informed that Adi Manjunath is a urologist at the hospital. So very important job. So he should be good at taking the proverbial. Sorry, I can't resist the obvious joke. Oh, he's got an edge on that. Frank Forge dives rather haplessly at that, and runs away for 4. I have to say that wasn't it was sort of more like a sack of potatoes. He went down there rather than a dive. It was I'm sorry, number 1 son, but it was not a very glorious attempt to stop the ball. But 4 runs. So we moved onto 35 rather quietly. Some nice flowing shots through the offside, the odd edgy one. That's a good reply from Mark Fisher. Guy Fisher, apologies. That's the end of the over. 18 now gone, 56 for 3. Connor Jones is going to have a word with Frank. And he's saying, right, you've bowled 3 nice overs for 10, so I'm going to take you off and have a bowl myself. And why not? That's what captaincy's about. He obviously feels that maybe spin isn't the way to go. Softish pitch means it's coming on relatively slowly, and Frank doesn't bowl it with a huge amount of pace anyway. So, Connor Jones. And he'll be bowling to Garwood. So the bowling figures so far: Mark Fisher 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. Ed Holdaway 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. Frank Forge 3 overs for 10. Guy Fisher 3 overs for 12. So medium brisk of Connor Jones. Starts with a bouncer. Well, a bit ambitious at his pace. Shall we call it a loosener? Got 1, they're coming back for 2. That's going to be 2 to go. No run there, straight to extra cover. 6 off the over, 62 for 3. Well, Toby's come back to me. He's not running it for charity, but he says he'll have a couple of quid off me anyway. Well, rather typical, isn't it? You ought to be a Yorkshireman, Toby, like I am. But I tell you what, if you complete it satisfactorily, I'll buy you a drink at the Hobbs Lane bar when we're next in the same place at the same time. But I do wish you well for that, and I hope it's a good day for running, which I guess is probably not too hot a day. So certainly quite warm up here today at Hobbs Lane, so maybe you want a little bit more of a breeze. Anyway, Guy Fisher's going to continue from the Buckham Village end, and he's been swept for 4. Lovely looking shot, that. Now, this partnership's well, beginning to flourish, and Barrow really could do with breaking it. Last wicket fell at 21, so it's they're closing on a 50 partnership here. At least he gets through his overs quickly, Guy Fisher. So I guess we're going to probably have a drink, are we, at the end of this over? I would have thought. Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Sometimes if it's a hot day, have them at 15, but we've missed that benchmark, for want of a better word. So another attempt at the sweep shot. There's going to be a chance of a run out at the bowler's end. Oh, the throw is just a little bit too lobby. Did that come off the bat? I think it probably did. It was a leg by. It was a leg by. I thought he might have just gone an edge on that pad. So leg by, 67 for 3 then. Oh, and wonder if it's cramp. He's just keeled over there at. I think they're going to have a drink while poor old Manginus not going to have a drink because he's lying there on the ground with his leg in the air. But everybody else decided they've had enough of this performance and they're going to have a drink anyway. But rather unkind. I mean, he's clearly in some distress. He's tweaked something or pulled something, or maybe it is just cramp. He's taken his helmet off. The captain's going to minister to him now. Well, he's a medical person, isn't he? I know that's that part of the anatomy, but hopefully he might know something a little about muscles and ligaments. Anyway, everyone else has cleared off for a drink at 67 for 3 off 19.5 overs. So while they have a break, we will too. Here, we'll be back with you shortly from Hobbs Lane. You're on Barrow Gurney Television. Well, welcome back to Hobbs Lane. We've had a drink, and hopefully Mr. Manjanuth is feeling a little better. He's upright at least, and he's got bat in hand. He's still rather gingerly testing that left hamstring, and Guy Fisher's just going to complete his over, which he does successfully without incident. So 67 for 3 after 20 overs. That was probably the longest over that we'll have today, in terms of time, not in terms of balls. So, still going to be Connor Jones from the odds viewpoint end. There's a bit of discussion with Vice-Captain Jason Cryans about the field. And not really much intent to get on with it, actually, get on with this over, but a lot of sort of, Mark Fisher sort of lolloping round to cover point, and looks as if he's not quite sure why. Sam Mitchell's in at a short extra, and that was him who fielded the ball with the boot. So we've got a third man. We've got a backward point, sort of short third man as well. We've got a very square point, and so inevitably he bowls it on the leg stump and gets flicked away for 4 over mid-wicket, or wide mid-on. So we got 3 men from sort of point round to third man. The short extra, mid off, and he bowls it halfway down, and oh my goodness, what a rank long hop! And the sort of Manjanuth, who's now batting on one leg, it would appear, has hit that right up in the air and has been caught by Ed Holdaway at orthodox square leg. Also a really good knock and some enjoyable shots through the offside, very easy on the eye, and I think, to be honest, he was disturbed by that, whatever happened to him, that injury, and he's coming off rather gingerly. I don't think that's just to do with the fact he's cross with the shot he played. I think he's in some distress here, but well batted. 43 off 72 balls with 8 fours, and played really, really nicely. So the new batsman is Tom Gerrard. Quite a tall, willowy figure with a helmet. So again, easy to identify compared to Robert Garwood, who that wonderful head of hair that we mentioned earlier. So Connor Jones, another short and delivery, causing the umpire some distress, thinking it must somehow be wide, but I don't think it was. It was just short. It died on the way through to the keeper. So the partnership between Manjanuth and Garwood was exactly 50. So that's a successful over for Connor Jones. 71 for 4 off 21. So Guy Fisher is going to continue to Garwood. Getting some encouragement. That's familiar tones of Connor Jones I can hear there. One for you, buddy, he says. Well, I think you might have to bowl it a little straighter than that. Oh. Well, it's a difficult shot to play on this pitch. Anything off the back foot at this end, the ball is bouncing a little every now and then. Not easy to judge the bounce. Oh, he likes it there. He's hit it through extra cover. Kieran Owens chasing it, but with no real hope. Oh, that's 4 runs. Oh, that's gone through Sam Mitchell at extra cover, but it's just only going to be a single. Garwood is gaining momentum here, now on to 22. And he's striding purposely down the wicket there to impart some advice, the almost obligatory fist pump. And then, I don't know what he's saying. I'm sure it's something useful like get forward like I haven't been doing, or something like that. But yeah, watch the spin and the full toss, the surprise full toss. Oh, that was short. That's pulled away. That's Connor Jones, the quickest fielder in the club, has got round and brilliant. It could have been a run out. Oh my goodness me, that's amazing work by Connor Jones. Absolutely fantastic. I don't think there's another Barrow Gurney fielder who would have got within a country mile of that ball. If it had been me in the field, I wouldn't even have moved a muscle. But he was around. He must have covered at least 20 yards, dived in the very awkward area by the picket fence, which is quite a dangerous area to throw yourself. Stopped the ball and threw the ball in. So surprised with the batsman that it was nearly a run out. Amazing work. Really is top-notch fielder. Well, now he's got to pick himself back up after that fantastic bit of fielding and sliding along the ground to bowl. So, Jones' third over. So wide there. Quite flamboyantly signalled there by the umpire. I think that's our friend Aaron James, isn't he, umpiring at this end? Oh, now that popped a little bit. two more clouds heading across the Hobbs Lane ground. There's one quite a nasty one coming over the pavilion where the weather predominantly comes from. I think it's quite high, but it's a bit dark. There's some bluer sky behind it, so if we do get anything, I think it's only going to be a few spots. No, there's no run. Nick Heel and Frank Forge fighting over that one to stop it. So, one more ball to come because of the wide earlier in the over. Mixture of bat and pad. Ben Hodges started, then stopped, then started again. Oh, it was a leg by. He certainly got an inside edge on that, but umpire knows best. That's over bowled. 80 for 4, 23 gone. So Guy Fisher's going to continue. Let's just have a look at Guy's figures. 5 overs for 23. That's too short, and that's beautifully hit away for 4. The car park filling up here at Hobbs Lane as people still coming along to watch some cricket and realise that it's quite a nice afternoon after all. It might be worth popping up. It's better. Still a bit short of a length, but Garwood could only hit that to Mitchell at silly mid-off. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Beautiful. Four runs all the way. That one was over pitched, but he dealt with it well. Just the one there. Now after that, that ball was hit through where Sam Mitchell was at short silly mid-off. He's been removed from there, and Frank Forge has been put in the firing line. So quite know whether Sam injured himself or maybe got a finger to it. Or that was a full toss, but he got away with that. Anyway, so that's Frank Forge doing the double teapot there at silly mid-off. Anyway, he survived that over. I heard the cry of good spells. Does that mean that Guy's going to be coming off after that? 6 overs for 32, so he's going at 5 and over, which in the context of this game is a little bit expensive. The run rate's well under 4, but this is just a little bit too short today, Guy. Anyway, it's going to be Connor Jones from the Rod's viewpoint end, which conjures up more arm waving and moving of field. So Jason Cryans has got a view on it. Mark Fisher's got something to say whilst he shines the ball. And we all seem happy, do we? Yes, I think everybody's happy. Everyone's had their say about what to do. And well, Garwood really unleashed a big drive and got a thick inside edge for 2 down to long leg area. Was Mark Brown and Kieran Owen. Mark Brown ran all the way down from first slip, and Kieran Owen from mid wicket. Now, is Kieran limbering up at square leg, or is he got his hands behind his head anyway? Maybe he's thinking of having a bowl. Right, I don't think there's any future bowling there. That's been helped, and it's been a lovely flamboyant signal of 4. I'm really, you know, come back, Billy Bowden. All is forgiven. This is fantastic. Well, I don't think short on the leg stump is the way to go here. So Connor needs to just adjust his line. Oh dear, the Guy Fisher's dived over that. That really should only have been a single at best. Oh, another lovely signal of 4 though by the umpire. I mean, this is a bit reminiscent of Frank Drebin in the first Naked Gun film when he turns out. Have you seen that? When he turns out as the I don't know, call them umpires in baseball, and he signals something and everybody cheers him, and he starts a bit overdoing it, doesn't he? Gets a bit carried away, and yes. Anyway, we like a bit of flamboyance, a bit of character. That's what we want. That's a better delivery. That's more the line and the length. And oh, to be fair, Garwood treated that with respect. So that's the end of the over. 10 off it. It's 99 for 4. And, well, some thinking to do here for Connor Jones. Some thinking to do. 25 gone. There's 15 to go. Yeah, Kieran Owen, that bit of stretching I saw him do wasn't a false alarm. He is coming on at the Buckham Village end. Bowled a beautiful 4-over spell on Thursday evening at the... interestingly, on the pitch that Unistar normally play on at their home ground, but he was playing against Stoke Bishop in the midweek league, but on that same track, and he bowled 4 overs, I think 2 for 10, something, bowled very nicely. So let's hope he carries that form into today. It's only going to be 1 there. Connor Jones runs around, falls over, but still only 1. So the 100 up, 25.1 overs, 93 minutes. That's gone straight to Frank Forge at point. No run. No run there. That's quick work from Jones again. I was a bit of a shy at the stumps, but some good backing up. So this silly mid-off extra recovery position. Now Mark Brown's now drawn the short straw and been put in there. Oh, that's a nice leg glance. That's a lovely leg glance, and that's going to run away for 4. Nick Heal's in pursuit, but he's not going to catch it. Oh, I do love a classical leg glance. There is something classical about Garwood, as was mentioned to us by a passing player a moment or two ago. He's something out of the 1970s about him. It's that sort of Graham Roop sort of look. Do you remember Graham Roop? Played for Surrey. He had long hair as well, but didn't play many Test matches. Oh, he's hit that top edge. It's in the air. It's a difficult one, but it's been taken. That's Ed Holdaway again. That was over his shoulder. It went very high. He was always under it, but it was coming over his shoulder. They're never easy to catch. And what a shame. Garwood was going really well. 45. And played very nicely. 9 falls, 54 balls. But that's the end of that good knock. And, well played. He batted very, very nicely. So 104 for 5. That could be an important wicket. Kieran Owen, as I said, continuing the good work from Thursday night. I'd like to say he's a regular bowler, but he's always a useful option as a 3rd or 4th seamer. So Ben Thomas, the new batsman, son of my co-scorer Richard. It'd be nice if they brought Frank on to bowl at him, and then we could have a real old ding-dong, couldn't we? The end of a successful over then. 104 for 5 off 26. So that wicket perhaps has persuaded Connor Jones to continue. Garwood rather took after him in the last over he bowled, but he's no longer with us, so he's tempted, I think, to keep himself on. See, these two relatively new batsmen, not set yet. Juno's back with us. He's got a chew or something. He's making me feel quite hungry, actually. Getting near tea. That's the good news. It is getting near tea. The bad news is I haven't actually got any tea, so we'll have to see what we can rustle up. So Jones continues. Gerrard on strike. These two batsmen do look quite similar, so I'm just as well I've got the father of one of them in the commentary box here, because I suppose Ben's got a slightly lighter coloured helmet, hasn't he, than Tom. Oh, that's a nice on drive. It's only going to be a single. In fact, might not be that. Oh, that was very, very close. That was a brilliant work from Mark Fisher at mid-on. He gathered it through all in one action, and that didn't look to be a single there at first, but I think he actually, if anything, hit it rather too well. So it went quickly to the fielder. So did you teach him the forward defensive shot, Richard? It's quite interesting. I've only seen him play 2 shots, but he gets into quite a low position to hit that, play that forward defensive.
He was taught by his grandfather, not me.
Ah, you're blaming Grandad. Yes. Okay, that's fair enough. He likes to flex his knees, doesn't he? Get quite low down and yeah. Frank Forge there, applying a bit of sweat to the ball. All you're allowed to do these days. You're not allowed to use anything else. Ever since COVID, can't use saliva. And to keep an eye on these fielders these days. I do quite a lot of umpiring, as many people will know, and you have to watch them sometimes. You can only use sweat now. Gone are the days of Marcus Trescothick sucking sweets and things and whatever. Anyway, that's the end of the over. 105 for 5. It's a much tidier over from Connor Jones. Well, I finally got some news from the second 11. Barrow are batting there, so one would have thought we might have had some news before now. But Dave Smith has messaged. There's not going to be one there. That's Nick Heel. And the news is it's relatively slow going. 92 for 1 Barrow Gurney 2s off 22. So that's they've got wickets in hand there. No more news than that. So they'll be playing on the far pitch at Old Bees. Again, that probably won't have had covers on overnight, so that might have had a little bit of rain. Oh, that's a quick single. They're going to have to be very quick. Oh! No, I think he took the bails off with his hand rather than with the ball there. My word. Oh, that was a heart in mouth time there, wasn't it, Dad? Yeah, I think he was at one point he was looking second best there. He picked out the wrong fielder. That's Connor Jones. It was absolutely fantastic. He's like lightning in the field. We've got a few more visitors joining us. These must be supporters of Unistar, seeing as I don't recognise them or the dog that's with them. So, but anyway, they're very welcome. I hope they're going to enjoy some cricket. Ah, he's off. Yes, that's a nice shot. Short. It's got all the way to the boundary. Sigh of relief from Dad here in the scorebox, and yes, that was a. Well, it was a friendly delivery on the leg stump, but it still had to be dealt with, and it was dealt with very well. And he picked the longest part of the boundary, and it's still gone all the way. So, Kieran Owen needs to adjust his line a bit now. Oh, now that's partly the difficulty on this pitch, and partly the danger of playing as Ben does with the playing, getting quite low. That odd ball pops, and it might have gloved him a little bit, but he's survived. So Connor Jones to continue. Mark Brown is now spinning his floppy hat round like one of those Greek spinning plates. You remember they put plates on poles and spin them round, didn't they? How many they could keep going at one time. And he's in at silly mid-on. that ball's gone down to third man, Sam Mitchell, Big Sam down there. So interesting field. We've got third man, point, cover point, extra cover, short extra cover, silly extra cover, mid off, mid on, silly mid on, forward square leg. So interesting field. Our new visitor's got a dog with them, and seems to have quite a lot to say for itself. Barking away. I'm surprised Juno's being very good here. He's not paying any attention at all. So Connor Jones again. Oh, short, and well, yeah, that was always going to get the treatment, and it did. It's 4 runs. A clap here from a rather biased scorer. But well deserved. He dealt with it well. It was a bit of a cafeteria ball, wasn't it? Really? And oh yeah, the umpire was still signalling. He's enjoying signalling it so much. I think well, that's why we had an encore. I thought he was just enjoying it so much. But 4 runs there, 115 for 5. That's better. Mark Brown there at this silly mid-on. He just gathered the ball and then just flicked it between his legs nonchalantly, let it roll into the stumps. But the non-striker Tom Gerrard was easily home. He wasn't fooled by that bit of laconic fielding. Oh, that's hit him. That's hit him rather nastily. Don't rub it. Don't rub it is the helpful call of a teammate for alongside us. Yeah, he hit him in the chest, but I think he'll be all right. End of the over then. 115 for 5. 29 gone.
Umpires swap at 30. I need a win.
So Kieran Owen's going to continue. Our friend Aaron Jones, who's been treating us to some wonderful signalling at this near end, has announced that he needs replacing as an umpire for reasons of convenience. That's going to be a leg bind? No. He got some back, did he? Well, another run to Tom Gerrard there. Sam Mitchell, who seems to be doing third man to third man. I wonder if he's hurt his hand. He got... Can't see him holding his hand particularly, but he was in one of these close, silly mid-off positions. The ball was hit through him, and then he was summarily replaced, and from which time he's been doing third man to fine leg. That's a lovely shot. Flicked away for 4. That's young Ben Thomas there. I see we've got the dog going as well as the spectating players barking away. Oh, Kieran Owen then. Oh, that's a good comeback. Again, another of those balls that maybe bounced a little bit. Because Ben plays with low hands, it makes it look like it's jumping off the pitch. And all of a sudden, the sun's gone in behind a bit of a dark cloud. It's not threatening, I don't think, but it's actually getting quite chilly. There's a bit of a breeze blowing through the commentary box, and we were boiled earlier. I'm actually getting a little bit chilly now. So there is going to be a change of umpires. There'll be a slight hiatus while that takes place. The batsmen have a discussion. There's various teapots going on there as to what do you think about this? Hands on hips. Jason Crine's the vice captain. He's having a chat with the wicket keeper Ben Hodges. There's Guy Fisher's involved, and Mark Fisher not involved in the chat, but seems to be decided he's going to come on and bowl. So he's got how many has he got left? He's got 2 left. So he's going to use those now. I think Barrow hoping to strike before the end of the innings to really slow the scoring rate. So it will be Tom Gerrard on strike. Well, that's a nice shot. Frank Forge again diving over the ball. Not looking very happy with himself there. That's the first one that's kept low. But I don't think Barrow Gurney want to be seeing that at this point in time, because they've still got a bat on this. I think the perceived wisdom was that it would dry out and maybe play better later on. I mean, he is a skiddy bowler, Mark Fisher, but even so. Oh, I say, that was a smart catch. That was a really, really smart catch. That was shortish. That was cracked away, and that was Kieran Owen who took that catch very low down by his haunches. My word, that was a tough one. And Peter McLaughlin is going to be the new batsman. Well, that did the trick. Mark Fisher was brought back with a specific brief of getting a wicket, and he did. He probably didn't think he was going to get it off a pull shot like that, but so that's 11 Tom Gerrard made there. 19 balls, 1 4. So Peter McLaughlin is another tall fella, tall, willowy chap. Not sure what colour helmet that is. It's bluish. It's one of these sort of streamlined cycling-looking helmets, I think, isn't it? So he's going to face his first ball from Mark Fisher. It's it straight to his brother, who deflects it off the knee to Jason Cryans. No run. If we're lucky later on, we might see some balloons coming up from Ashton Court. It's getting towards that time of year. It's about 3 or 4 weeks away from the International Balloon Fiesta that they have down on Ashton Court, and quite often, if the wind's in the right direction, we get them. Didn't get anything on that, but no run. We quite often get them coming up over the from Long Ashton, and it's quite a nice sight to see, the balloons. Well, that did the trick, bringing Mark Fisher back on then. He's got 3 for 23 now off 7 overs. He's got 1 more to bowl. And Kieran Owen, fresh from that catch, is going to continue. 3 overs, 1 for 15. 124 for 6 off 31. Now where's that gone? That's gone through between the fielders for 4. A nice shot. Bisected square leg and mid-wicket. That's better line and length. So whilst Owen comes, bowls this over his 4th, I'm going to run through some other scores in this division. They're going for a quick single, being sent back, through to the wrong end. Oh, through to the bowling end. Nearly overthrows. People running in all directions, but the net result is just a dot ball, which will look very boring in the book. So Bristol Sri Lankans then, they're 93 for 5 off 28, really struggling down at Fry's against the old Bristolians, league leaders. Bedminster, back to that. Ben Thomas trying to, another aggressive shot though, just a dot. Bedminster 139 for 6 off 31 against Chilcompton. Bristol Lions 121 for 7 off 26 against Long Ashton. And poor old Winterbourne A 83 for 8 off 33 against Blagden. I seem to have lost my producer, Josh Hall. I'm hoping he may have gone and got me get me a sandwich, but I'm not 100% certain. Oh, bad news. He's sitting just outside the commentary box. So that's my sandwich isn't going to arrive then. That's the end of the over. 32 gone, 128 for 6. I was just getting peckish as well. But never mind. What have you got for your sandwiches, Richard? Tell me.
Cheese and Marmite.
Oh, cheese and Marmite, my word. It's an acquired taste. I'm not a Marmite man, you know. I know you either love it or hate it. I'm afraid I'm in the latter category, but I know lots of people who do like Marmite. The growing up spread, they used to call it, didn't they? Yeah, that's right. Growing up spread. Right, Peter McLaughlin on strike then to Mark Fisher. Oh, well, I was going to say he was hoping to see the ball probably hit the A38, but unfortunately all he can see is his stumps feng shuied. Another wicket for Mark Fisher, who just cannot stop taking them this season. So 128 for 7 now. Mark Fisher, another 4-fer, with a chance of another 5-fer, because he's still got 5 balls to go. The new batsman is Cyril Varghese. Now, Cyril was another of those players who graced us with his presence for the Bristol and District Representative 11 game here a few weeks ago. And I remember him bowling in that game, bowled very nicely. And it was a good day. Mark Brown made 100, and Barrow Gurney won, and the chairman of the B&D, John Peplow, was here and provided the match balls and provided the teas, and stayed all day and had a thoroughly good day, and it was nice to see him. Oh, and there is that 5-fer. Another 5-fer. My word. It's just as well we don't let him keep the ball, because he'd have a room full of them and we wouldn't have any spares. But that's amazing from Mark Fisher. He has bowled so well this season. Yeah, I think the new batsman's Tom Moody. And yours, Mark Fisher's got a 5-wicket bag. I don't even call it a 5-wicket haul, but the PCS says 5-wicket bag. Okay. Well, he's certainly got 5 wickets in the bag. And very well done. Oh, congratulations from the skipper, Colin Jones there. Nice handshake. And 128 for 8. Well, would you believe it? Would you, Adam and Eve it? Guess who's texted me? Nick Fisher. Dad, of course, of young Mark and Guy. And how are you, Nick? I'm sure you're very well watching this. Apparently, a useful fact Nick has sent me. More in a moment. It's just going to be a single there, down to third man, big Sam Mitchell. Apparently, Mark Fisher is the top wicket taker in the whole of the Bristol and District. Now, the only person who would know that is surely Nick. Just a single for Ben Thomas there. Oh, Nick, you didn't realise he was the top wicket taker in the whole of the B&D. Mark had told you. See, well, I'm sure he's very proud of it, and so he should be, because he's bowled excellently this season. I can't think I've ever seen him bowl badly this season, and well, that's the end of another fantastic spell. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 25. So he'll be on the honours board again. He'll probably have another pint of Lily's cider that he won't drink, because he doesn't drink alcohol. Not because he doesn't like Lily's cider. Wonderful, fruity product and great sponsors. But sadly, as a point of principle, he doesn't drink. So, yes, but he's bound to be photographed with another bottle of the lovely fruit cider, I would imagine, at the end of this. So, change of bowling at the Buckham Village End. Ed Holdaway coming back. 7 overs to go. I think Connor Jones going for the jugular here, trying to end this innings. 130 for 8. Right, the stumps have had to be rearranged again, following probably a bit loose after that dismissal of Cyril Varghese, which shattered the lot. Here's Ed Holdaway. He had 6 overs, 1 for 13 earlier. Might run away for 4. Nick Heel. Oh, he's dived into the picket fence and no, to no avail. I thought he could have easily injured himself doing that, but he bravely committed, but to no avail. Still went for 4. So Ben now into the 20s. So a very happy dad next to me here. Frank Forge is loosening up, so we might get our wish. We might get my son bowling against your son, Richard. We didn't know too much about that. That's one of those lengths where it's difficult to play on this pitch. It sometimes gets up a little bit. Maybe that one, I think he actually played over it. I think he got a bit of an under edge on it. Hold away again. Slower ball. Oh, he's got a good slower ball as Ed Holdaway. Well, I read it from here, but I don't think Ben read it from out there. It was a good slower ball. So 134 for 8 off 34, and we're going to see Frank Forge come back on. So of the bowling options available to Connor Jones, the only one we haven't seen is Nick Heel, with his sort of more darty off spin, and quite surprised. I don't think Nick's in the team for his batting, although he can hit a ball quite usefully, but his primary skill is his off spin. But he's not had a look in today. Maybe he's upset the skipper, I don't know. Anyway, Frank Forge now. He's going to bowl to Tom Moody. And that's chipped into the outfield, but 2 bounces to Mark Brown at Cow. So game on. Son of the scorer against son of the scorer. Here we go. Oh, and there was a rarity. He bowled a leg spinner. He doesn't often bowl a leg spinner. It's what the ball has been developing, but maybe stick to leg spin, Frank. I don't know. That's hit away for a single. Quite an easy single there. It was shortish. Connor Jones on the deep square, backward square boundary. It was Kieran on the deep square leg boundary. I am sorry. That's where Connor normally is. Oh my goodness! Was that an edge? No, I don't think it was. There's not too much excitement, but Ben Hodges didn't gather it cleanly, but it certainly beat him. And the flighty one, no run there, straight to Mark Fisher. So Frank used to have a lot of variations. He used to have what they call the Ashwin ball, where it sort of looks like he delivers it. You know, he stops in his bowling action. Oh, that's splatted. Jason Cryans, no, didn't get a hand to that. 4 runs. Didn't really try to get much of a hand of that. I think, in fairness, it was going to clear him anyway, but. Yeah, so Frank used to have this Ashwin ball that he bowled, but he hasn't bowled it this season that I've seen. I don't see all of his games because I'm sometimes here with the twos, but he used to catch a few people out where it looked like he was going to deliver the ball, and he sort of didn't go through with his delivery stride and sort of rocked through afterwards. Right, we have Ed Holdaway again. This will be his last over. He's got 7 overs, 1 for 17. So the point situation. So Barrow Gurney with 8 wickets. They've got 4 points in the bag. Meanwhile, Unistar. It's going to go away for 2. Mark Fisher's round fairly quickly. It's 2 to Ben Thomas. The Unistar are heading towards their 3rd if they can make 150, and well, they've only got 2 wickets left, but hopefully they'll get there. More spectators coming to enjoy the afternoon. A couple of ladies, a man with a rather fetching pink peach shirt on. Oh my goodness. That was the quicker, shorter ball. So, keep moving, keep moving. There we go. Nice to see you. Yes. Well, there's temptation. People have to stop in front of a scorebox. It happens all the time. Do you feel that, Richard? When you stop anywhere else you like, but they always stop in front of the scorebox. So Ed Holdaway's last ball then coming up. Will he use the slower ball? I don't think Ben Thomas picked it last time. Might be a good option. It was indeed the slower ball, but not so well delivered. That was the leg spinner slower ball, but no run. So a good spell of bowling again from Ed Holdaway. 8 overs, 1 made and 1 for 19. Four overs to go, 142 for 8. So it's going to be a healthy diet of crisps, chocolate and ice cream, I think, over the tea interval for me. We've got cheese and Marmite sandwiches over here. Get that, Josh. Cheese and Marmite sandwiches. Well, a shop trip is in the offing, I'm told, but not before the tea interval. No. Well, I shall have to eat it during the second innings then. Still play that clip of me when Mark Fisher took a wicket with like he did today with the first ball, but it was the first ball of the second innings, and I'd just taken a big mouthful of sandwich. So anyway, here's Frank Forge again. Well, that's in the air between the two fielders. That's going to be 4. Moody turned that into a full toss. Took a step up the wicket and hit it right between the deep backward square and the cow corner position. He's done this chip that in the air. That's just going to bounce short of Connor Jones at long on. Frank's looking a bit disconsolate. It's not been one of his better spells today, but still time. That's short. That's in the air as well, but that's going to drop well short of deep mid wicket. They've got a single. That's all they'll get. Mark Fisher seems to be in the action the whole time. You can't keep him out of the action. Right, long off now goes out. So we've got long off, long on, cow corner, deep backward square. Going to be a run out here. Got to be, surely.
Oh, well done.
He dived in. My goodness me, a full-length dive. He used the full length of his body and the bat. And, well, he looked all the world. He had to be run out. But somehow the ball didn't find its way directly to the keeper, who wasn't stood right over the stumps, I don't think. And it just took a bit of an age to get the ball back there. So, he survives. Well, that's the end of the over. Well, a bit of excitement there. 149 for 8 of 37. So, right, we're going to have a new bowler or a change of bowler because Ed Holdaway's bowled out. Who's it going to be? it's not going to be Guy Fisher, I don't think. Kieran Owen looks like it's going to be him. Yes, he's walking back. Mark Brown's very purposefully walked in from cow corner with his sun hat off. He looks. He looked like somebody who might be thinking of having a bowl, but it isn't going to be him. It is going to be Kieran Owen. All these spectators. Oh, we're going to be selling a few ice creams at the bar today. He's going to bowl to Moody, who absolutely thumps that into the hedge. And I don't know what that signal of the umpire was. It looked like, I don't know, like bunny ears to me. But, oh, a new ball. New ball. Ah, food's arrived. So
we give it a 6.
it was a 6. It was definitely a 6. So that ball's gone in the middle of the hedge. We've got Ed Holdaway peering in, hopefully, as if he might find a tiger or something in there. But that's if the ball had gone over the hedge, that would have been findable. We can get the field, but the ball actually fell in the middle of the hedge, I think. So a spare has been found. Sam Mitchell has got one from the pavilion. And actually we've done pretty well. To get to this stage of the innings without losing a ball is a bit of an achievement here at Barrow Gurney. We have been known to lose as many as 13 or 14 in a game before now. But 155 for 8, so that brought up the 150, and all that excitement I hadn't noticed. 150 up in the 38th over. And yeah, but Unistar for putting on a total. It's difficult to say what's going to be competitive here. It's slowish pitch, maybe. Scoring runs might not be all that easy. Oh, Arsenal, that's edge for 4. Rather fortuitous, but they'll take them all. Normally at Barrow Gurney you say that anything under 180 is really nowhere near par, and on a dryish pitch, 280 is not always a winning score, so we'll have to see. I don't think this is going to be a 280 pitch. I think possibly 180 could be competitive. I might still be in the game. That's a nice shot. Just one. Ed Holdaway's out there. Now the other point to bear in mind is that Barrow's top order hasn't always fired this season. We've had last week at Bristol Lions on a dampish pitch, only needed a score of 150 and 50 for 5, 90 for 6, and the 7th wicket partnership got us home. That's another big shot. So it's 1 bounce 4, I think, into the same hedge. So Moody Moody's moved on to 23 with that, off only 13. So 165 for 8. 2 overs to go. So Forge to bowl the final over from the Rod's viewpoint end. A quick single again. Oh, maybe could have thrown to the other end perhaps. A single to Thomas. 31 now. Oh, that's a quick bit of work. That was a really quick bit of work. Well, the umpire didn't move his hand from his chin there, and well, it was a very, very quick bit of work by Ben Hodges, and more damage done to the stumps. We'll have to get a square leg camera, Josh, in so that we can get a good look at these line decisions. I'm not saying anything about that. It was all I can say was very quick work. It probably didn't go very far out of his crease, but that's chipped into the offside. That's going to fall safe again. Nick Heel picks it up on the first bounce. Oh, the reverse sweep. And, well, he didn't get all of it, but it's got a single. They're going to come back for two. They have to be quick. Oh, they bumped into each other. And it was going to be a case of who was run out. And I think the answer is Moody was run out. So it was run out going on the second run. Who got the run? Hang on. He got the wrong run, didn't he? No, it's put Tom Moody out. No, it's put Tom Moody in. Hang on, I'm going to have to. I'm going to delete it. Just a single there. It's still Owen. It won't. Okay. But it didn't put the one on. Right, can you tell me what the one? Shit, it's completely wrong. It's completely wrong, Josh. Well, apologies for the lack of commentary there. Something went wrong with the electronic scoring. I've just had to try and sort that out. But I think we're now back on track. It is 174 for 9, and there's a potential of another run out, which has been carried out by Guy Fisher there. And then that is the end of that. So 174 is the final score. Sorry, correction there. So that final score was 175 for 9. They did actually make his ground on that final ball. I thought for a moment Guy Fisher had run him out because I can't actually see in this sunlight through the window whether the bails were on or not. So 175 for 9, Unistar. They started off with a wicket off the first ball. Ed Morgan was out for a duck. We then watched a lovely innings from Adi Manjanuth, who made 43. Robert Garwood made 45, and Ben Thomas was 36, not out. They were the main contributors to the score of 175 for 9. And the bowling figures: Mark Fisher, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 25. Ed Holdaway, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. Frank Forge bowled 6 overs for 29 without any success. Similarly, Guy Fisher, 6 overs for 32. Connor Jones took 1 for 27 off his 6. And Kieran Owen, 1 for 39 off his. So when we've had a tea break and hopefully something to eat, Barrow Gurney will resume here at Hobbs Lane, needing 176 to win. So it's 4 points apiece so far between these two teams. And having hopefully sorted out our electronic scoring problems, which hit us right at the end of the innings and caused a bit of interruption to commentary, for which I apologise. All will be back to normal for the second innings. So we'll have our break now and be back shortly.
Stop the breeze and run back out and the batsman swapped them
Well, welcome back here to Hobbs Lane, where you join us for the second innings in this Bristol and District Division 4 clash between Barrow Gurney First 11 and Unistar. Unistar batted first and made 175 for 9 off their 40 overs, meaning that Barrow need 176 to win. So the opening bowler here at the rod viewpoint end is going to be Tom Moody. So here's the first ball, Sam Mitchell on strike. So news from the second 11 game up at Old Bees. They're playing Tamil Nadu, and they got off to a good start there. 90 odd for one they were at one point. Managed to get themselves bowled out for 148. So 148 all out, which is very disappointing. Only 2 batting points. Apparently it was a pitch that wasn't covered overnight. Bernie Forge made a half century, was 50 not out. I guess she was batting at 3, so she batted pretty much the whole innings. So wide. Good bowling needed up at Old Bees for the seconds if they're to maintain their unbeaten record in Division 9 West. And bearing in mind they play the league leaders next week, it's an important game to win, even if they do drop a few points. So we'll wait for more news there as Tom Moody continues. So you enjoyed your cheese and Marmite sandwich, did you, Richard?
They were delicious.
They were delicious, right. I got cheese and ham, but I'm afraid it's from the garage down the road. It's not quite the same as homemade, but it does the job. Oh, that was through Sam Mitchell. Well bowled. Oh, that was a bit aerial, but he got plenty of it. 4 runs. So Sam Mitchell off the mark. That's 5 off the first over. So the run rate required is 4.38. That's the sort of magic figure to keep an eye on as we go through the innings. So Cyril Varghese at the Butcombe Village end. So he'll be starting to Ed Holdaway. He was also off the mark with a nice flick of the leg side. That's going to go for 4. No, he stopped it inside, then had to carefully navigate the rope. That was Tom Moody, having bowled that first over, was down at fine leg. Did very well, had to save 4. He stopped the ball, rolled over the rope, and then had to carefully coordinate his arms and his feet so he didn't touch the ball before he got back inside the field of play. And he managed it successfully. That's another wide. Oh, that looks a useful delivery. Cyril bowled very well in the B&D game against us here. Played for the B&D, and it was very good of him to do that. Gave up a Sunday to play. Oh, that's another nice shot from Ed Holdaway. It's not going to go for 4. It's reached that part of the boundary where it turns uphill again, and just the 2. It's off the pad. Wow, that was a big bouncer there. Ed Holdaway swayed away as if he was facing Colin Croft, or one of the great West Indian bowlers of old. was quick fielding there. That was Garwood in the field, easily recognisable with that full plume of hair. Oh, that's a nice shot. And straight to the... that's, I think, Ed Morgan there at cover point. Oh, no, Ed Morgan's at slip, I think. So, I don't know who that is at cover point, but it was well stopped nonetheless. Oh, he was reaching for that one a little bit. So I saw the tennis was still on when we were having tea, so I suspect my wife won't be arriving too imminently. So she loves the tennis. No run there. Oh, made as if to shy at the stumps. So good over that. Really good over. In fact, it was a maiden over. So 11 for no wicket off 3. Whilst we were having tea, we had another welcome visitor, past player Pete Shiner, committee member. Started playing for Barrow Gurney in the late 50s when he was but a lad. And nice to see him up here enjoying this afternoon's play. Varghese to continue. That was a lovely shot from Ed Holdaway. One of those teasing balls that keeps the fielder always interested until it runs to the boundary, but it's downhill there and he easily got there. Well, that was a bit of a flat batted splat. Sam Mitchell could be in trouble. Oh, just made it home. So in news of other games in this division, Bristol Sri Lankans were eventually bowled out for 117 by top of the league Old Bees Westbury, who are now 26 for no wicket, so they seems fairly easy going there. Chilcompton Sports, they're 4 for no wicket, chasing Bedminster's 170. That's a game with some Barrow Gurney interest, because if Barrow Gurney were able to win here, Bedminster are above them, so if they were to lose to Chilcompton, that could make things a bit interesting. Meanwhile, Bristol Lions recovered a little bit to get 181 against Long Ashton. That's another game with big interest for Barrow Gurney, because Long Ashton are just above Barrow in the league table as well. Meanwhile, Winterbourne, well, they did actually bat out their 40 overs and made 108 for 9, but Blagdon already 35 for 1. Oh, that's off the edge. Oh, but it ran all along the ground. And there's Ed Morgan, managed to stop that with a handy right hand. So 16 for no wicket off 4. So even I can work the run rate out there. I don't need my computer to tell me that, Richard. It's we're going at 4 and over, but we require 4.44. So the overall run rate's gone up a fraction since the start of the innings, but nothing to worry about at the moment. Still Moody. It's a wide. Well, we've already had as many wides in this innings as Barrow Gurney gave away in their innings. And I'm only making comment on that because Barrow normally bowl hatfuls of wides, so it was a particularly good performance on that level today. And indeed on many other levels. Oh, he's chipped that up in the air, but it fell in no man's land. Look, for all the world, he was going to chip that up to the bowler for a moment. Oh, beat the bat again. Well, good shot for no runs. Straight to cover point. Garwood again. So 5 gone, 17 for no wicket. Well, that was in the air, but it missed gully and it's run away for 4. Squeezed away off a thickish edge. Oh, that's a lovely shot. More in control of that one than the previous one. That was more of a square drive. Just went round behind backward point there for 4. And Sam Mitchell, well, he's been in sublime form this season. I mean, if Mark Fisher's been the bowler of the season so far, then Sam Mitchell has been the batter of the season. I mean, he's now well over 700 runs for the whole season. That's in all cricket, and he has played a few games. But I mean, he's got a very healthy average, and well, he's played very well. I've probably put the kibosh on him now. So, oh, quick single. Ed Holdaway wasn't really ready. That's a direct hit, but not out. I couldn't see the umpire from here. So, well, goodness me. He was on his haunches a bit there, Ed Holdaway. He looked as if he might have been struggling. Oh, good shot. My word, I was ducking for cover there. That was straight down to the commentary box. It's demolished one of the pickets on the picket fence. And it looked like it was going to bounce over straight into our window here in the commentary box. But nicely hit. 4 runs. So 30 for no wicket off 6. Josh, was there some rumour of cake? Was there? Might have to wait till drinks then and go have a look. Why are they going to Liverpool? Another quick single. Sam Mitchell well home. Inside edge there. Tom Moody being the more accurate of the opening bowlers, certainly. That's a nice shot. Stood up to his full height and flipped that through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot. Typical Holdaway shot. That's a nice shot too, but it's been stopped. No run there. Right, that's the end of the over. 35 off 7. Yeah, we just see how Unistar use their bowlers. Whether these two continue for 6 or 7 overs like the Barrow openers did, or whether they maybe just do 4 and then have a change. A lot more, it might depend whether there's a wicket soon. That's quite wide down the leg side, but not called. Oh, he certainly was going to throw the kitchen sink at that one. Great excitement there. That ball, that's one of those that sort of stops and pops up and looks perhaps a little bit more intimidating than it actually is. Oh, that spoilt a maiden there. Didn't quite go or scuff the ground, I think, as he was playing that shot, and he's going to come back. The batsman nearly collide, as happened with the sort of final run out of the Unistar innings, but 2 there to Mitchell. 37 for no wicket off 8. So the skipper's got hold of the ball at the moment, but he's going to give it back to Moody, who's going to continue. Still a beautiful afternoon here at Hobbs Lane. Still the odd cloud, mainly wispy, but there's occasional slightly darker one arriving, but not really threatening. Oh, Ed Holdaway's got all of that. That could be out of the ground, and yeah, I think that's a ball we probably won't find. I think that's in the hedge. He pirouetted, hit the ball high and handsomely down towards the gate of our neighbour's house, and just about cleared that and went into the hedge. I don't think it did enough to quite clear the hedge and go into the field, in which case we might be able to get it. But so they're going to try and source a spare. But 6 of the best there for Ed Holdaway. No, there's a field Right, there's somebody in the forestry down at the far end whose, I think, main purpose is not to look for the ball but to guide somebody else to look for it the other side. And a spare is being looked at. The batsman is either going to have a drink. The rest of the fielders are stood in sort of powwow mode, having a mini huddle. Groundsman Pete Holdaway has wandered over to assist the retrieval operation. Meanwhile, players stopped. Right, the groundsman Pete Holdaway is armed with an old stump. We're taking a bit of a swipe at another tree at the far end. I don't know why, because that tree was certainly not involved in what happened to the ball. Poor tree, it's obviously offended him in some way. Anyway, he's wandered down there. He's now at the scene of the incident where the ball has gone off, and he's going to have a look down there. Meanwhile, the fielders are sort of returning. A spare ball has been offered to the Unistar captain, who has inspected it, and a ball has been rejected and rolled off. Oh, no, 2 balls have been rejected. Presumably one has been accepted, so because the game looks like it's about to continue. So obviously most of these spare balls are quite old, and you hope not to lose a ball inside 8 overs. And certainly we probably wouldn't have any spares that have only done 8 overs, because very few games finish having them in 8 overs. So right, there's still a delay here while I can see the stump being wielded by groundsman Pete Holdaway behind the tree. I'm not sure what on earth he's doing with it, but it's I know he's given up. He's given up there. He's now walking back, I think. Well, a couple of eagle-eyed spotters think the ball landed this side of the tree on the boundary, but anyway, it hasn't been found. I think that's fair to say. There is a spare ball. Pete Holdaway is now trying to climb the picket fence and go over the stile, which is a bit overgrown, and I think it's probably not advisable. But anyway, he's doing that. Meanwhile, Moody's going to bowl. So he's caught us a bit unawares. There's been such a long delay in play. So I wouldn't be surprised if that ball is found in time. It just needs a bit of persistence and dedication. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot. Just glanced away off his toes there. 4 runs. So, been an expensive over this for Moody, who was very tidy up until this over. That's a wide to add to the problems. Extra cover, short extra cover is now lying on his back with his feet in the air. So he's stretching out. The great man Gordon Ladd seems to be leaving us temporarily. Another wide. Meanwhile, I recognise that dog. The far end of the ground. That's, I believe, that is Eli, my faithful border collie, attached to the present Mrs. Forge. Oh gosh, well bowled indeed. That yorked him, and how that missed the stumps, I don't know. Yeah, so obviously the tennis must have finished because my wife's arrived. So, this is that dog over there is Juno's brother from the same litter. So he'll be coming and joining us in a minute, I expect. Oh, that was a. He was looking leg side there, was Ed, but he got it off the face of the bat, and it went to Garwood there. Cover, no run. Well, that over finally comes to an end. A long over because of the ball delay and the boundaries. 5 overs for 23 now. Right, the keeper's coming off, presumably for his helmet. And so I think this might herald the introduction of spin. It will. Any idea? So Tom Gerrard will be the new bowler, and it looks like he's going to bowl some spin. So Ben Thomas is tucking his cap down his trousers and replacing it on his head with his helmet. So Sam Mitchell on strike. Sam is rarely outscored in these games, but he's scored 16 and Ed Holdaway is on 27. Oh, he's got a leg spinner. So we'll see if he gets any turn and bounce. Guy Fisher got 1 or 2 to bounce from bowling from this end. Oh, Sam Mitchell's gone for that. Oh, straight into the picket fence for 6. Lovely shot. Really clean, straight hit. 50 is up in the 10th over, 38 minutes. Oh, and he's hit that even further. That has cleared the sight screen, the hedge, Cyril Varghese, everything, and into the field. But they should get that, should find that relatively easy. Well, contrary to popular belief, that ball hasn't been easy to find. So, again, a search party has been dispatched. There's more mini discussions between fielders. Juno's now getting agitated in the box, not because of the delay, but because he's seen his brother. Very nonchalant looking Kieran Owen, who's the striker's end umpire, has decided he's not going to go and look for the ball. Right, there's a party returning through. I love the way everybody climbs over that bit of the picket fence. That is actually a gate, which opens quite easily. But they're climbing over it as if it was an immovable object. But actually, we put a gate in there because there used to be a stile that goes into the field. We removed the stile, put in a gate, and yet everybody has climbed over it as if it's an immovable obstruction. But never mind that. They're back. I think they have the ball, which isn't the original ball. And with that, we're afraid we're going to get a few noises off now because the oh, was that an edge? No, because our friends have the adjoining field who like to pretend they're racing at Silverstone every weekend are out with their quad bikes, and they're going to make a lot of noise in the next hour or so, I would imagine. But they do have a wonderful time on these summer's days driving round and round the field. Did you watch the Grand Prix, Richard, the other week? No, it was a good win. Actually, an exciting race. It's always more interesting when it rains. Oh, that's a big hit. That's cleared everything again. 6 more. At which point, my system says, do you wish to end the over? Well, I was thinking if I was Sam Mitchell sat here, I probably would have said no to that. But it is, in fact, the end of the over. And it's 67 off 10. Sam Mitchell clearly didn't like being outscored and has got into overdrive. 34 now. 3 4s, 3 6s. And a rather weary-looking groundsman, Pete Holdaway, are now going to look for another ball. So the square leg umpire, Connor Jones, he's decided he's going to go and have a look. And see that everybody's climbing that gate.
Even the groundsman.
Everybody is climbing the gate. The gate just opens, doesn't it, Josh? Yeah. Well, they're not. Anyway, they're all enjoying climbing over it, but... Right, more standing around, more batsmen discussing tactics, which I don't think will extend to much more than a few more of those, please. And the fielding side are right, a little bit of a loss at the moment, but things can change very quickly. So we've got a new pair of umpires because we lost the last 2 to ball tracking. So we've got Mark Fisher here at the Rod's viewpoint end, and the skipper, the Unistar skipper, is going to have a trundle from this end. So that's Yusuf. So Tom Moody then, his 5 overs for 23. Oh, poor old Tom Jarrett, that over went for 18. Wrong place at the wrong time, really. But, right, we're going to have a slight adjustment to the sight screens. Nicely taken down the leg side. An enthusiastic appeal, met somewhat less enthusiastically by the umpire. So for the skipper bowling, we've got a long off and a long on. We've got a deep square leg. We're the only people in the deep, I think. was nicely bowled. So we've still got those short men. We've got one at short extra and a short mid-wicket. Barrow employed. Not to any particularly good purpose. Oh, a full toss. That's gone. One bounce for. Nobody out there for that. So that's spoiled an otherwise good over. 71 for no wicket off 11. Gerard's going to continue, so this will be a bit of a test for the young man here. So Mitchell has dispatched him twice into the field, and I mean, this is a difficult field to defend for a spin bowler if you've got somebody with their eye in, because you don't even need a clean hit necessarily to clear the ropes. Oh, that surprised everybody. Garwood's had a direct hit. No. To be fair, Sam Mitchell did set off fairly quickly this time. It was the non-striker was less so, but Garwood was a little bit caught by surprise. He was a little bit on the back foot. Oh, a ball's re-emerged. So somebody with shorts who looks like they've been stung by nettles because he's rubbing his legs rather. I think that's the previous umpire, Kieran Owen, who did go and find the ball, but I think for his pains has been stung by some stinging nettles or scratched by some brambles. Oh, Ed Holdaway's hit that. Mind my solar panels? Oh gosh, no, it's gone on the roof of the net. We've got solar panels on the back of the pavilion roof, and I was a little bit worried. that might have just gone over the pavilion roof into them, but it's got into the top of the net. Right, more stumps required to try and knock it off the top of the net now. Right, so we've got Vice Captain Jason Cryans has got a stump in his hand. He's very wisely handed it on to Johnny Sykes, who's at least a foot taller than him. Johnny Sykes is the tallest player in the club, so if he can't get it, no one can. And have we got it? I think we have.
Yeah.
We have. It is a good old Johnny's done the trick, I think, with the. Oh no, I think that might be a spare actually. Well, optimistic appeal. He was a long way forward. Oh, that's another big six. That's gone in the same area. That's gone on top of the net in virtually the same place. Would you believe it? Well, I suppose the first one hit the back part of the net, that hit the front part of the net. And it's on top again. So a big tall Johnny Sykes is called on again to try and recover the ball. A ball has been recovered. Well, overgone. So 84 for no wicket off 12. A sudden rush here in. So poor old Tom Gerrard, through no apparent fault of his own, 2 overs for 31. Right, Yusuf to continue. Oh, that might be close. Yes, indeed. It caught him on the back foot, and it certainly wasn't going over. And Mark Fisher, quite rightly, thought of all the possible ways it might not have been out, but then had to give it anyway because it was Looked as if he was right in front of all of them. Sam doesn't look happy. Maybe he thought he got an inside edge on it, but if there wasn't, he was certainly well back. Anyway, be as it may, he's out, LBW. And it's the first wicket falls at 84. And this is Mark Brown coming to the crease.
35 for Sam Mitchell.
So Sam Mitchell 35 off 34 balls with 3 4s and 3 6s. So Mark Brown, not quite been in the sublime form this season that he was last. Made a nice 100 in the 150th anniversary game against the B&D and a couple of 50s in the league games, but not quite up to his own high standards. But a bit of a chance here, plenty of time to bat. No great rush, can play himself in. And gets off the mark with a quick single. Always a nice feeling as a batsman to get off the mark. It was something I was never very good at when I played, was getting off the mark. Sometimes it would take me an awful long time. Although followers of my batting over the years would say everything took me an awful long time, but yeah, it's a back foot shot, bowler's boot, can't prevent it going for one. No run this time. So that's the end of the over. 86 for 1. Yusuf has 1 for 6. It looks like Paul Gard is coming out. I thought he was away. He normally plays in the twos. I don't know why he wasn't available this weekend. He's coming to watch. Ah. I thought he was almost going to give me a smile there, but no, doesn't want to break a habit of a lifetime. Still nice to see him. I know he wasn't available to play. I thought he was away on holiday. Or maybe he was just travelling back or something this morning and couldn't get back in time. But he hasn't got his dog with him, so anyway. Now, hopefully, young Gerard is enjoying bowling to a new batsman, or somebody other than Sam Mitchell, who was really, I'd rather taken a shine to his bowling. So, an orthodox sweep from Mark Brown. A great effort in the field, but to no avail. Brilliant effort, great full-length dive, and but the ball hit the picket fence. So that was a lovely classical sweep shot from Mark Brown. A shot of beauty rather than of violence, that one. Well, we've passed Bon Jovi time. We're more than halfway there, so... Oh, that was a big appeal. He's quite a way forward, and if there is any turn, they're not easy to give those decisions. Got a good stride in. Wicketkeeper can't believe it. Hands on head. Must be out. Oh, that's popped up, but falls safe. Very cautious there by Brown. 91 for 1 off 14. Run rate required is hovering around 3.2, 3.3. So it's gone down significantly from the 4.3 was needed at the start. So hold away now with in one lusty blow of a 50. I'll just take the single on offer there. Another plane going overhead on its way to Bristol Airport. Well left. That's a lovely shot from Mark Brown. Oh, a classic extra cover drive. Beautiful shot. That's where he's so good. Waiting for the ball, the bad ball, and playing a good, authentic, traditional cricket shot at it. So well bowled, well played at the end there. So 96 for 1 then, hold away on 46, and Mark Brown very quickly on to 9. And looking good. So not really knowing this Unistar team. I don't know what other options Yusuf's got. He's presumably got a fifth bowler, but at the minute it's going to continue with Tom Gerrard. That's hit nicely through the offside. Well, that was short. That was short, and that's been put into the field. So there's Mark Brown showing that not only does he have classical shots, but he also has the power when needed. It was just swiveled round on that short ball. That's gone well. It might have hit the top of the hedge. So Kieran Owens has got the magic stump, which has been used to find several balls already, and he's going to start prodding it as if it's a cattle prod and see if he can find that. Meanwhile, we continue with the spare. Yeah, the 100 came up during that that 6, 103 for 1. It's come up in the 16th over. Brown again, is he going to clear the ropes as well? That's down towards the equipment shed. I think it's one bounce, yes. Picked a longer part of the boundary there from where the pitch is today. And down towards the sponsors board and the equipment shed. Oh, well, good comeback. Good comeback. That looked as if that gripped and turned and beat an authentic defensive shot there. So that's the over completed. 107 for 1, 16 gone. Holdaway on 47, Brown now on 19. So Yusuf to continue to hold away. Oh, he's got all of that. That was short. Hit very powerfully off the back foot for 4. That's his 50. .50 off 45 balls with 6 4s and 3 6s. Very good knock. Very good knock. Very well played, Ed Holdaway. Only recently become an opening batsman in this team. Oh, and that's short. That's 4 more, surely. A diving but ultimately hopeless effort there from the deep mid-wicket fielder. Did his best, threw himself full length, but it was not going to be successful. On the front foot again. Over bowled, 115 for 1 off 17. So another news in Division 4. Blagdon have completed their victory, early victory over Winterbourne by 7 wickets. Long Ashton are 50 for 1 off 9, needing 182 to beat the Lions. Chilcompton are 45 for 2, needing 171 to beat Bedminster, so that game could be interesting. Old Bees are 78 for 1, needing 118 to beat the Sri Lankans, so that game doesn't look like it's going to last too much longer. So we're going to change of bowling. We've just been told it's Mr. Garwood. I don't think, actually, if we'd have looked at him, we needed to have been told. He's quite distinctive. But, yeah, I think it was inevitable that Tom Gerrard after 4 overs for 47 and really was taking quite a bit of tap. It was a good idea to rest him. So here's Robert Garwood with his sort of 1970s matinee idol looks. Yeah, no, that's very, very true. My co-scorer here says it could be a sort of a Miami Vice type image. Obviously, he'd be one of the good guys, of course. But anyway, he starts with the dot ball, and he just looks a bit of a character. I don't know him at all, and I hope he's not offended by my comments. But I mean them nicely. It's nice to have somebody who's distinctive looking and clearly enjoying his cricket. He batted very nicely earlier, didn't he? So. Having some sort of medium pace. Not an easy time to come on to bowl with Barrow Gurney going like a train, but oh dear, it's a wide. Spectators just run past us waving a bottle of Ashton Press. It's a name I can mention because Buckham sponsor us and they manufacture Ashton Press, a very nice pint of cider. So Brown's another good drive there, but cut off nicely. Only a single. Good fielding. Timed that well. We're going to get some more people walking across us here. There we hold, stand right in front of my colleague. That was an extra cover drive. That's almost gone for 4, but they're going to come back for 2. Yeah. So 119 for 1, then 18 gone. Another 57 needed to win. Just over 2.5 and over. So really, it's wickets that Unistar now. I think it's only wickets that can really hurt Barrow Gurney at this point. Yusuf to continue then. Just a single there to Brown. I think about a second, but decide against it. Oh, that was close to being caught at square leg. I think that just bounced before him. That was Garwood again in the action. They get through for a single. My word, he was very lucky there. Very lucky that didn't play that on. That was a full toss, but he's only going to get a single for it. There's a man stationed at wide, long off. So 19 gone. Getting close to drinks here at Hobbs Lane. 122 for one. Well, everything's gone eerily quiet. There's no planes coming in over the to the airport, which is off to behind us, and our friends on the dune buggies, they seem to have taken a rest and gone in, and fielders are rather subdued in the face of this onslaught. And Garwood will be looking to give his team something to lift their spirits going into the latter part of this game. Oh, full toss. Mark Brown drives it through the covers and holds the pose. We like that one. That well fielded there, straight to extra cover. It's good over this so far. Just the full toss, second ball. Oh, the wide. Jinxed him again. Oh, he didn't get any of that. He's rather disappointed with himself because that was another full toss. And that's going to be drinks. So 127 for one off 20 overs. Ed Holdaway 58 not out, Mark Brown 26 not out, and the only wicket taker, Yusuf the skipper, 5 overs 1 for 22, who got rid of Sam Mitchell, LBW, when he was on 35. Other than that, not much for Unistar to smile about, but at least they can have a drink, regroup, and maybe come out fighting for the last few overs. So we'll take a break and back with you shortly. Well, there doesn't seem to be any great hurry to get back on with the game after drinks here, but the batsmen seem to be ready. Mark Brown at the non-striker's end, Ed Holdaway waiting to face the next ball, having a chat with Ben Hodges, who's trying to work out how to use the umpire's clicker by the look of it. And it is going to be Yusuf, the skipper, to continue. And, well... Yusuf settling back into a decent line and length. Really needs a couple of wickets to spice this game up a bit. Although, of course, from Barrow Gurney's point of view, they'll be hoping these two bat serenely on to the end. But very few games that I've watched for Barrow Gurney over many, many years have ended that way. Usually there's a bit of drama. Just a single there to Ed Holdaway down to long on. Well, they've survived that key over after drinks where so many wickets seem to fall. $128 for one. Snacks have arrived. Well, that's 4 runs all the way. Down to backward square leg. So my producer Josh Hall has now got a nice bit of chocolate cake there. So how did you manage to scrounge that, Josh? Oh, he's got a very nice bit of chocolate cake there. It looks lovely. That was a good delivery as well. So Garwood continuing. Actually, just looking at the bowling figures here, Richard, Yusuf, for all the carnage that seems to have been going on, 6 overs, 1 for 23. Not really bowled that badly. I mean, obviously, a couple of full tosses have gone for 4, but big appeal from the keeper there. He was afraid he was Billy No Mates in terms of anybody joining in with him. I mean, he looked very confident, but didn't get any assistance, so not out. That was a good ball as well. Suddenly, things seeming to happen here for Garwood. So that's the end of that over. 132 for 1. Tropical cake is slowly disappearing in front of my eyes. That's a nice shot from Mark Brown. They're pushing for 2. Have to be quick. Head hold away. A little slow turning, but they got back. No problem. 2 runs. 50 partnership between these two. 60 balls, 33 minutes. Ed Holdaway made 20 of them. And Mark Brown 28. Right, I can't see a thing now. I've got the deep extra cover fielder stood right between me and the action. But that's a nice shot by Mark Brown. Yeah, 1 bounce of 4. Down to long on. Well, this game could end in a bit of a hurry if this carries on. It's only 5:30, isn't it? So overs have been bowled at a fairly good rate. So 7 overs, 1 for 29 now, Yusuf. $38 more needed at a rate of 2.2 and over. That's a lovely, lovely shot. 4 runs through long on. Oh, well stopped. Willing to use all parts of his anatomy to stop that. So news elsewhere in Division 4. Old Bees are 94 for 1. Only needing another 20 or so to beat Bristol Sri Lankans. Chilcompton struggling a little at 72 for 3, needing another 100 to beat Bedminster. Long Ashton 88 for 1 off 15, needing 182 to beat Lions. Oh, that's another lovely shot for 4 through mid-wicket. And Blagdon have already beaten Winterbourne, so it looks like this, apart from the game, the old Bees game, this might be the next game to finish. Good comeback. Only 30 needed now here. No more news of the twos, I'm afraid, because they're obviously in the field now, and it's not being live scored, so I doubt we're going to get news of what's going on there before the end of this game and the end of this broadcast. .24 gone, 146 for 1. Yusuf is going to bowl himself out here, might as well, I suppose. He just looked as likely as anybody to get a wicket. We're just waiting for a couple of spectators to wander straight behind the bowler's arm. Amazing how many times that happens, even in test matches. It's a full bunger, but it's only going to be a single at a deep extra. .147 now. Holdaway's on 71. Nice shot. He plays that shot very well. He's got a very distinctive way of standing tall and flicking the wrists down to mid-wicket. Very effective shot. Well, if Holdaway monopolises the strike, he could just about make 100 here, but he might need a bit of help from Mark Brown, not actually contributing much, but I'm sure he's not thinking like that. I think he's not thinking beyond helping the team to a win. 150 comes up, 25th over, 90 minutes. I beat him in the flight there. He was going for a sweep shot, nearly fell over. So that's the end of Captain Yusuf's spell. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 33. 150 for 1. 26 more needed to win. Well, that's gone for 4.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So he's coming off a short run. This is Cyril Varghese. We weren't sure whether it was or not because he's coming off a much shorter run than when he opened the bowling. So, oh, he's hit Ed Holdaway there. He's hit him right in the ribs. Not with any obvious venom, but ooh, Ed didn't like that. He must have caught him in an awkward place. He was hoping to hit that out of the ground, I think. Missed it and it hit him in the chest. That's a lovely shot. 4. So 158 for 1. It's Tom Gerrard. He'll switch ends, yeah. Didn't have much joy at the other end, did he? He came up against Sam Mitchell in full flow earlier on. And 4 overs for 47. He's going to come back at the rod's viewpoint end. Last sort of throw of the dice, really. In fact, it's Peter McLaughlin. It's not Tom Gerrard at all. They look quite similar from a distance. So Mark Brown on strike. Ooh, funny sort of defensive shot he played at that. That was quite amusing, that, wasn't it? Yeah. So, well, it was interesting. Leave. Stop it with your bum, really. There we go. That's all happened today. An even more interesting leave. I don't know what he's doing. He's getting all sort of frenetic now, is Mark Brown. It's clearly McLaughlin's unsettled him in some way or other. I'm beginning. Well, I did suggest that earlier. Well, big shout. So even the Unistar skipper, Mr. Yusuf here, has just mentioned to me that are they playing for Ed's 100? It's a maiden over anyway. Well done, Peter McLaughlin. Take them whichever way they come, but an awful lot would have to go right for Ed to make 100 because only 18 are needed. He needs 18. Down the leg side. Now, is the umpire going to play his part in this seeming conspiracy? Because it may need a bit of compliance from Ben Hodges not to signal wide here. And all this is very well, but I mean, this all could go horribly wrong, couldn't it? But anyway, seemingly unlikely, but you never know. Right, well, Ed's certainly got all of that, and that's gone for 4. So he's 4 closer there, 162 for 1. Holdaway goes to 86. Well, it has the feeling of a game that could end very quickly. So just recap that on a dampish wicket to start with, Barrow Gurney won the toss and elected to field. And Mark Fisher took a wicket with the first ball of the game, getting Ed Morgan out. Oh, that's 6. 6 are the best there, no question about it. And then there was a good innings of 40 or so from Adi Manjunath, who appeared to injure himself towards the end of the innings. And Ben Thomas played well for 30 odd, not out. And Robert Garwood played nicely also for 40 odd. And that got Unistar to a total of 175 for 9. So Barrow Gurney went out in search of 176. Mark Fisher got another fifer, bowled very nicely. That's a nice shot by Holdaway, but he's turning down the single now. Now this is a conspiracy here to get him to 100. So he's on 92. There's 8 needed to win, and he's get that away for 4. Yes, that's gone for 4. So this innings started brightly with a good partnership between Sam Mitchell and Ed Holdaway. Mitchell was eventually dismissed for 35 when the score was 84, and since then Mark Brown has played very, very sensible, very pleasant, some good quality shots, making 33 off 50 deliveries, and Ed Holdaway's continued doing what Ed Holdaway does, clearing the ropes, and that's going to be another one, is it? 4 runs. No, 4 runs. And Barrow Gurney win the game, and Ed Holdaway finishes 100 not out. 100 off 84 balls with 15 fours and 4 huge sixes. What a fantastic victory that is for Barrow Gurney. That is a good win, and hopefully will stand them in good stead in Division 4, although many of their nearest rivals look as if they will. Certainly Long Ashton look like they might win. Bedminster may have a bit more of a struggle on their hands, but we'll wait and see. We also wait for news from the twos to see whether they can recover after being bowled out for 148. They're unbeaten, of course, until this game. It's important they get something out of that game. Well done to both sides. It's been a good sporting contest, and it's been a great afternoon in the sunshine here at Hobbs Lane. I hope you've enjoyed this broadcast. I'd like to thank my co-scorer Richard for joining us all the way from Hampshire. I hope you have a safe journey home when you travel back. It's been a pleasure, and your boy had a decent game, so I'm pleased about that. It was worth coming to watch him. Thanks to my producer Josh Hall. You've been watching Barrow Gurney Television. My name's Mark Forge, and until I speak to you again, keep yourself well